Hello, hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. In the moment, I'm just getting the stream fully set up properly. So just give me just a moment, just so that it's fully up and running. Mhm. It should only take a moment, hopefully. Yeah. Hope everyone is doing well. Had a good day overall. Okay, finally. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I'm just trying to see what. Hold on. I'm just trying to get my character fully up. Okay. Let's see. Let's try. What? Yeah. Let's see. hair is like a dark brownish, so close to like being just pure black. Brown eyes. Okay, let me see. Hey, hey. How are you? Hope you're doing well. CD. Okay. Yeah, right now I'm just getting my character sort of like in together. Although I notice apparently it's not showing that. Yeah. I'm doing good. What about you? Okay. Hold on. Can you see what's actually going on? Hold on. Okay. 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 That's strange. This is kind of odd. For some reason, it doesn't seem to be fully aligning properly. Where it's like for me, it's moving in terms of like what's going on. But then when I click off screen, the game stops, and you're not. Doesn't seem like it's consistent. That's strange. Um, Hold on. Let's see. Hey, boy. Hello. How are you? Let's see if this works then. Okay. Hey, what's up? I'm doing good. How about you? I'm good. That's good to hear. What? Okay. This is going to be a very strange. How about you? I'm doing good. Um, hope you're doing well. I'm just very confused right now in terms of what's going on in terms of for the stream. That's so strange. Um, let's see. I'm Robin, the local carpenter. Mayor Lewis sent me here to fetch you and show you your new home. He's right now tidying things up for you for your arrival. Okay. That farm right over there, if you'll follow me. You know about this game. Oh. Yeah, so it's my first time oh, so I have a ponytail. Okay. So this is my first time playing this game, so oh gosh. So I'm kind of like just learning about this game as well. What's the matter? Yeah, since you're playing in this game, since when you I just started today in terms of playing this game, so yeah. Oh, what's the matter? Sure, it's a bit overgrown, but there's some good soil underneath that. Oh, yes. Which little deficiency you'll have to clean up in the no time. Yeah. Hold on. And here we are, your new home. A new farmer. Okay, yeah, let's look up where you're streaming. Yeah, thank you so much. Right now, I'm thinking of just probably closing this game out and then re-entering to see if that fixes my issue. Hold on. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, it's still out of sync. That is so strange. Oh gosh. Let's see. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. You know everyone's been asking about you. It's no, not every day that if someone moves in, it's quite a big deal. Now is it working? No, it is not working in the slightest. I need to figure this out. Seriously. So you're moving into your grandfather's old cottage. It's a good house, very rustic. Rustic, that's one way to put it. Krusty might be a little more adept, though. Rude. Don't listen to her, Astro. She's just trying to make you dissatisfied so that you'll buy one of her house's upgrades. Anyways, you must be so tired from the long journey, you should get some rest. Tomorrow you ought to explore the town a bit and introduce yourself. So the townspeople would appreciate that. Best year. Hello. Is this a bot? Let's see. Okay. Oh, almost forgot. If you have anything to sell, well, this says, yeah, I'm just going to that's so strange. WASD, run, shift, mouse. Actually, a nice gesture to introduce yourself to your town, as some people might be anxious. Introduction. Hold on. I need a pick. Options. Hold on. Map crafting items. Game. Exit to desktop. Okay, that is so strange. Let's see, maybe if I do this method. Get back to it then. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I'm so confused on why it was doing that. Hmm. Okay, it's still doing that. Okay, this is just... wonder what's going on here. Accessing, confirm. strange. What is going on here? That's so strange. So weird. I'm gonna try this one more time. I'm so sorry about this. I have no idea what's going on with it. It's like it's not playing. It's like it's not in sync in terms of like what I have it set to. Okay. That. Okay. It's working. That is so strange. Okay. Thinking of jeopardizing this bit. Okay. Finally. Finally, this is working. Fingers crossed. Please let this work. I'm not too sure, like, what was it going on? Man, that is so strange. I'm just like now traumatized in a way. Okay. Pickaxe. Nope. Oh god. What is going on here? Okay, that's... I'm just going to... Okay, well... do you have a perfection farm? Using mods? No, I'm not using mods. I do not have a perfection farm either, or anything of that nature. This is just my first time actually playing the game. Okay. Yeah. I'm just having like issues with it right now. Because the issues that I'm dealing with so far is, for whatever reason, it's like was like the stream was not linking to the game. So like what I see what's going on in the game, you wouldn't see what's going on. So like it used to be frozen like in place. So I had to like constantly click back and forth. I finally shut down and restarted the game a couple times and it finally started to work. But now my controller, for whatever reason, is not like syncing to the game properly. So now I'm just using mouse and keyboard. Yeah, looks good. Yeah. Thank you. Who was this? Yeah. Yeah, so it's like... Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, right now I'm just, let's see... Site? Ooh. Okay. Okay. Back to the pickaxe. Just so I have an area to just roam around. The characters are my favorite part of the game. Yeah, I noticed that like online and all that people like compliment and even like go rage about the characters. So I'm a little curious about that. So that is going to be very exciting for me. Yeah, I recommend talking to everyone and raising your hearts with them. Giving a kiss. Okay. Yeah, honestly, like any little advice that you have for the game, be deeply appreciated. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna be doing this real quick before I like venture out. Yeah, no spoilers, of course, obviously. Yeah, I accidentally gave myself a ponytail because I was like looking for something to kind of make it look like me a bit, and obviously I accidentally gave myself a ponytail. So yeah, so I'm a little curious on like how to change that a bit. Like I don't mind it, but eventually I would want to change that. So. Come on. Okay, come on. Yeah. Man, this place is huge. Yeah, there's a way to change it later. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Hey, how's your mic off? Um, my mic is off. Is it? Uh, okay, no, it's not. No, no, that's just how my voice is. Let me see if I can modify the. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I think I might just be getting like a little too far from the mic. Is that better? Okay. Yeah, if there's any like issues, please let me know immediately. Yeah. Oh, no. What's going on? For me, it's kind of black. Your biggest source of money right now is doing quests in town. Yeah, sorry, I just want some snacks. Okay. No, that sounds good. Yeah. Hold on. Right now, the screen is like black or frozen. Okay. So far, it's like just one thing after another with this game. I do not know what's going on. Let me see. Okay. Okay. It's not working. Oh my gosh. This game's going to give me a heart attack, I can tell. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so talk to everyone. Let's see. Biggest source of money right now is the doing quest. Okay. Thank you for subscribing. Oh, thank you for following. Yeah. As you can obviously tell, I'm a new streamer. So I have like a lot of default stuff like set up for the time being. Yeah. Yeah, just giving you a heads up too that from later in this, yeah. What other games do you play? I've been playing like Dave the Diver, Hades, some chillos art games and things of that nature. So like I've been trying to like diversify as much as possible in terms like of games and all. So one day I'd probably be playing one game for a while, or in some cases, I'd be playing a particular game for an excessively long time. It varies. Primarily because I do a process of filtering out what games to play and what games not to play. So as a result, my like consistency with playing particular games can vary. Yeah. Yeah. Seems like I cannot. Yeah. Um let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Any new games had you played on Twitch? Um I've been like I mentioned, I've been playing like Dave the Diver very frequently. I also have been playing Hades. I love to know about. Yeah, there isn't that like many games other than those for the time being, but do hope. Yeah, oh gosh, I wasted the whole day. Well, this isn't a horror game as far as I'm aware, so I shouldn't expect so much. Let's see, is town this way? Let's see. By the way, I never heard about this game. Oh, yeah. I've only know that it's like a farming cozy game. That's about it. And a lot of people, as mentioned earlier, from 84 billion, like it's a game where I've heard a lot of people like kind of rage about the characters, just because like how like amazing or fun they are. So let's see. This is a fountain. Okay, this is the playground. So right now I'm just like, as you can tell, I'm just exploring. So some medical bay or hospital, really. Let's see. Is it because it's night? I cannot do anything. Yeah. Um, dog. Yeah, I think I just wasted a whole day. Okay, well, I guess go back to what I was doing before because no one's going to respond. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. Let's see. Axe. 5, 6, 7. Okay. Let's see. If you're inside your house at 2 a.m., you'll lose some money. Okay. Oh, wrong. No, wait, that is it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. As you can tell, I'm still new to the game. Literally, all I did was this worked on the land a bit just to clear it up. Just a bit. Now I'm actually going to go to the town. Let's see. It's locked open at night. Okay. Okay. It's locked up in a 12, 12. Okay. Let's see. It's locked open at 8:30. Okay. So it's like, okay, let's see. Open at 8 o'clock. It's like, okay. Honestly, I like the music so far. Oh, wait. It's... Okay. Hello there. Welcome to the Stardew Valley Archaeology Office. This is embarrassing, but the previous creator made off with the entire collection. We don't have any artifacts for display. Dude, I don't notice you don't have any panels. But I'm hoping to renew that soon. Hey, if you find any artifacts or minerals out there, would you let me know? There's a bug missing here. I don't have any panels. Not sure. Let's see. Yeah. No panels, yes. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Music is also my favorite part of the game. It's actually called Symphony of Seasons Touring Soundtrack. Okay. Yeah. Oh, hello. I'm Penny. Okay, Penny. Shop, upgrade tools, leave. Okay. Let's see. Huh. Welcome to Jojo Mart. Jojo Mart. How are you doing today? I don't believe we met. I'm Morius, Georgia Customer Satisfaction Representative. When you decide you want to become a Jojo member, I'll be delighted to help you make your transaction at Jojo's Experience. Jojo's Experience. Oh. Huh. Okay. Yeah, do people like to see panels when they come up to your screen? Yeah, I'm not too sure how to set that up. Like I mentioned before, very new to streaming, so there's a bunch of things that is either missing or defaults are set up by. Okay, the name is Pam. Okay. Let's see, Alex. Oh, hey, you're the new guy, huh? Cool. Find it interesting how to just barge into people's homes. Locked open at 12 p.m. I'm just gonna wait then. Okay. Let's see. Okay. What's up? Okay. Well, hello there. I'm Gus Chen, owner of the Stardew Saloon. Hi, please relax and enjoy yourself. Okay. What's going on here? What is this, a cemetery? Above him, no. Okay. Upon to piston, oh, it's something I don't know, small, but was okay. Yeah, I have followed you in. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, as you could probably already tell from my content on Instagram, I do a lot of astrology content, which obviously, as you can tell from the title, I'll be doing that later on after this. Yeah. So if you're interested in learning about those points and all that in astrology, yeah, just stick around for that. Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah. Hey, I'm Sam. Good night. Good to meet you. Okay, Sam play. It's so interesting how you just okay with people roaming in your home. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, mates. Love your stream. Would like to be a friend, add me on Discord. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Um. Hold on. Right now, I'm kind of a little Hold on. Let's see. Your community kids here. Yeah. Yeah. Figured. Anyways. Ta-da. I don't have much of an idea about astrology, but it seems interesting. Yeah, so just to give you some context of like what I do in particular, it's known as science-based astrology. So simple explanation is, let's say we want to know what makes a super successful corporation. So we'll take the charts of tens of thousands astrological charts of these corporations, which will be their incorporation dates, and we'll look for to see if there's a pattern. We also repeat the process for um, companies that were just dramatic failures, and again to see if there's a pattern among those as well. So let's say there was a pattern found in both cases. Well, then what we'll then do is then say we notice Pluto pops up twice. So then we can make our hypothesis about Pluto. So that's sort of like how we go about with our testing procedures. And we've been doing this, and I say we because I am a member of the Magi Society. We've been doing this for like 40 plus years, roughly. So Yeah, our type of astrology is very accurate and very precise compared to mainstream astrology. So as a result, we discover some things that are either true about some traditional aspects or it's entirely different on so many levels. So, like some components or things that you may have heard of may not be accurate compared to what we have discovered and found. Yeah. Yeah. And just a little fun side note of that is personally, I have a database of 110,000 charts. So it's a lot. And this range from like roughly like a 400-year range of like super famous individuals, the super powerful, the super rich, historically significant historical events, and so forth. Hello. How are you? Hope you are doing well. But yeah, so that's sort of like the whole detail of like what I do in particular. No. Okay, gonna have to get the pick at. Okay. Well, are streaming for fun or you want to get a count? For the moment, it's just for fun. However, I wouldn't mind the concept of getting affiliated. But for the time being, it's mostly just fun. Yeah. Yet another. Oh. Yeah. Seems like that's usually the case. Yeah. Let's see. Ah. Oh, X. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. I'm exhausted. Okay. Well, talk to you soon. Okay, go to sleep. Yes. Let's see. Level 1 mining. 1 pickaxe. Efficiency. No craft recipe. Cherry bomb. Okay. No. Why? Why is that a thing? Oh, journal entry. Okay, you receive 15 parsnip seeds. Here's a little something to get you started, Mayor Lewis. Let's see. Hello there. Just back from the fishing trip. You should come down to the beach sometime, and you will get something for you, Willie. Okay. 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 3, 4, 5. 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. What was that? What was that sound? Three, four, 5, 6, 8. 2, 3. Okay. On this hammering down. Well, Xing this down. 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No! What is that sound? Seriously. Robin, here to know that there's lots of stones scattered around your farm. If you have the supplies, you might consider having me build a well for you. Wells can be placed all over the farm as a source of convenient places to refill your watering can. Just swinging by my shop with 75 stones and 100 grams when you're ready for it. Okay, so 75. Okay, what is that sound? Getting into the beach. To the beach. Someone named William invited you to visit the beach south of town. He says he has something to give you. It's the beach south of town before 5. Okay. Okay. Let's get to this. Um, South of town. Okay. Honestly, this is very calming. Hmm. Sure. Let's see. Ahoy there, son. Heard there was a newcomer in town. Good to finally meet ya. Ah, I'm still trying to unwind from the mouth out to the salty seas. It was a big haul. I sold a lot of good fish. Finally saved enough to buy me a new rad. Here, I want you to have my old fishing rod. It's improved to me that the art of fishing stays alive. And hey, maybe you'll buy something from the shop once in a while. You received a bamboo pole. Hmm. There's good water here in the valley, all kinds of fish. Oh yeah, my shop's back open now. So come by if you need supplies. I'll also buy anything you catch. If it sells, it sells. If it smells, it sells. Heh, heh. That's what my old pappy used to say anyways. Level 1. Okay, getting started. When you become a new farmer, you'll have to start with the basics. Use your hoe, till the soil, till use a seed packet from the soil lid to sow the crop, water every day until the crop is ready for harvest. Would be a nice gesture to introduce yourself around the town. Some people might be anxious to meet the new farmer. It's 8 out of 26. 28 or something like that. Boy. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Your energy. Eat something. Ow! How do I eat something? Do I go to that place? The 12 to 12? Oh, I've seen that guy before. Let's see. Here. You just walked by a leak. Yeah, pick things off the ground. Oh gosh. Well, I'm gonna take the advantage of talking to people because I have no idea how to. Yeah, kid, you're too young to be moping. It's like this. Oh, it's nice to meet you. Let's see. Sam, something like a nice cool Georgia cool try huh? Something like that. It's it. Oh, that's right. I've heard someone news was moving it to the old farm. Okay. Oh, you just moved in, right? Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I have parsnip seeds. Harvey, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Harvey, the local doctor. Shane, this weather makes me thirsty. Ahoy there, it's nice to see folks in the valley. Not very common these days. Yeah, you have parsnip seeds, you should plant, don't forget to water them. Yeah, I planted one of them. Yeah, primarily because I ran out of energy right when I was planting them, so that was about it, really. So, inventory full. Coal, stone, scythe. Let's see. Yes. Foraging, trees, drop seeds, new crafting. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Parsnips. Okay. 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 In the menu, you will see things you can craft. You should make a chest to put things in. Okay. Crafting. Okay. So make the thing. Gravel path, wood, fence, gate, chest. So I just drag everything into it? Or just place it here? Hmm. Okay. 5. Okay. Okay. Let's see. No. Okay. Open it. No. Dang it. Okay, let's... Don't want to, but... Okay, let's see. Kidding me? Okay. Put that, put that. Okay. What's this? Yeah. Okay, so what's over here? So is this broken? Oh, cave. Hmm. Let's see. Oh. There's a question mark in the middle of your town. You should go click. So how was your first night in the old cottage? Lewis's birthday, Vitz's birthday, bookseller, egg festival, Haley's birthday, Pan's birthday, Jane's birthday, bookseller, flower dance, Kira's birthday, Emily's birthday. Hello, you must be Astro, the new farmer. I'm Caroline. Ah, new farmer. Well, we all expecting whose arrival sparking many conversations. I'm Elliot. I live in the little cabin by the beach. A pleasure to meet you. Let's see. Your grandpa used to complain about the rickety old bed, but I think deep down he actually loved the house. Let's see. Jody. Oh, aren't you exactly how I imagined? But that's okay. I'm Jody. Let's see. Sam, clouds look great. This is the year. Okay. I'm just gonna go fishing. Oh, so this is the cabin he was referring to. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Hmm. Come on. Got it. Yeah, fishing is good money also. Okay. Hmm. Huh. Yeah. I think my best bet for the time being is probably just fishing. Let's see. Come on. Um, Yep. Next calendar. Okay, next to the calendar you found in down is a quest. Hmm. Yep. Oh. Okay. Okay, help wanted. I'd like to put quartz on a chain. Please deliver it sometime today. Sebastian. So quartz. Hmm. Oh. It's okay if you don't complete the quest. They will repeat. Okay. Okay. Okay, for spring year. Year one. Okay. Let's see. It's locked. Hmm. You can turn on the fireplace for a light, and the TV will tell you things each morning. Okay. Let's see. Loneliness, a stranger. Hello. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, well. I'll give it a shot. New weather report, fortune teller. Okay. Okay, advertisement, keep finding cool stuff, but my backpack is full. Does this sound like you? He's got you covered. Stop at Paris General Store today and check out an affordable size 24 pack. See you soon. Delivery, Sebastian. Oh, hi there. What an eyesore. This is the Pelican Town's Community Center, or what's left of it, anyways. It used to be the pride and joy of the town, always bustling with activity. Now just look at it. It's shameful. These days, young folks would rather sit in front of the TV and engage with the community. But listen to me, as I sound like an old fool. Goja Corporation has been hounding me to sell them the land so they can turn it into a warehouse. Public towns could use the money, but where's something stopping me from selling it? I guess old timers like me get attached to relics of the past. Oh well. If anyone else buys the Georgia Co membership, I'm just gonna go ahead and sell it. Sigh. Here, let's go inside. I was a little curious about that. Okay. What's this? I guess Vincent and Jazz must have been playing in here. This place is even more disappointed than I remember. What? What is it, Faye? What's the matter? Are you ill? You saw something? I wouldn't be surprised if this place was full of rats. You're worrying me, Astro. Look, I think I'm going to head home. I need some lunch. Hey, I'll keep this place unlocked from now on. Maybe you can catch that rat if you have some extra times. Strange. I'll have to come back to explore this building further. In 5. Okay. Keep on going down. Gonna head to the beach. No! Oh! Okay. Oh, this is not the way. Sam's trying to do a kickflip. Wait. Yeah. I hope things are going well from that Astro Farm. I hate to see it all dried up. Elliot. A fresh air of the... Okay. Um... $550. Let's see. Hmm. Come on. Broken City. Another one. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Let's see. Wow. The game felt pity for me. Is that what happened? Come on. Okay, well. No! The fish baiting makes sure. What? Hmm. That needs to be fixed. So 300. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Um, okay, should probably start heading back then. Okay. Within the coast is your number one source of weather news and entertainment. Now the weather forecast for tomorrow. It's gonna be clear, sunny all day. Oh, I see a glimmer within my scurrying orb, a share of knowledge from the future. The spirits have somehow annoyed today. Luck will not be on your side. Our customers, our team members have removed the landslide caused by our drilling operation near the mountain lake. I'd like to remind you that our drilling operation is entirely legal, pursuant to INIT, the L61091 Georgia Code Amendment. Responsible stewardship of the land of the local environment is our top priority. We apologize for any inconvenience this accident may have caused. As always, we value your continued support and okay. Oh wait, my crops. No. Okay, how do I get you filled up? Fun. I think it's posted today. Okay. Tomorrow's Lewis's birthday. Good morning. On the ledger book, it looks like the mayor uses this to keep track of the finances. Hmm. 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 Hi. Vincent. Oh, a stranger. My name is Vincent. Mama says not to talk to strangers, but you seem okay. Not good enough friends with Vincent in his room. Jess. Hi. Like only Leo's friends can enter. Willie, the local fishing scene got a bit more lively. I might expand the shop stock. Let us fish with you. Actually, okay. Hmm. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Let's see. Come on. Just one more fish. Okay, well, that's it for now, I guess. What? Oh, that's right. I was fishing with them. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Wait, isn't today's Lewis' birthday? Hmm. You probably wouldn't like it inside my cabin. It's dark and full of spiders. Oh, okay. Okay, 24. Parsnip seeds. Sugar. Mm, okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's put the fiber, green algae, clam. Okay. Maple seeds. Sap. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Yes. Chub. Why not? Okay. Okay. 3, 4. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Hold on, I gotta go. Sorry. Take a break from the house chores today. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Okay. Yay. Let's see if I can do this again. Oh. Hmm. I was doing my nightly rounds and just noticed your first parsnips was ready. Congratulations. I wanted trying to keep art of fishing alive. I'll pay 80 grams of any fisherman who catches 3 herrings. Good luck, Willie. Ah, you remember the old mayor's birthday. That's very thoughtful of you, and it's a nice gift. Yeah. Yeah, let's say that. Okay. Four, five. Okay. 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 Come on. Let's get to this. I should probably get more water. Should have done that when I was at the beach. Oh well. Hmm. Actually, to somewhat speed things up. Good enough. Okay. Come on. Huh. Wait, what is that? Oh. Okay. Running back home before it gets late. Hmm. Yes. Level 2 foraging. Level 1 fishing. Level 5, your number one source for weather and the news and entertainment. And now it's the weather forecast for tomorrow. Oh gosh. It's gonna be clear and sunny all day. Ah, yes, I hear the spirits whispering something to me. The spirits feel a neutral day. The day is in your hands. Welcome to Living Off the Land, and we're back again with another tip for y'all. Now listen up. Let's talk fences. Fences are useful for keeping weeds at bay and protecting your crops. They also let farmers contain their livestock. Fences break down after a while, but stone, iron, and hardwood fences last a lot longer than basic wood. Oh, yay! Okay. Let's see. see. Look at that. Let's see. Okay, come on. Yes. Yes. You found a geode. Local blacksmith can break it for you. Okay. Astro, awaiting my return on the dawn of your third year, Grandpa. No. In farming can professionally. Okay. You can turn the fire by. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Just keep on. Okay. Keep on going. Okay. Okay. Distribute the last tree. What is secret? The trees have a 5% chance of yield double wood. Okay. Now the blacksmith, was it? Let's see if we can get them to crack it. If so, I should have a quartz crystal. Let's see. The beach is a cool place to hang out and soak up when sun rays. Lord, looks like another gloomy day. Evelyn, don't mind my husband, George. He isn't very friendly to strangers. Where's the blacksmith? I know I've seen them before. Probably up here? Was this them? Doritos. This valley has a very vibrant and diverse ecosystem. That one reason I was excited to move here. Hmm. Have you come to ridicule me? Oh, looks fresh. I'll be eating good tonight. Hmm. Creepy. Okay. Here's girl. Blacksmith. Okay, so I need to go down, cross the bottom bridge, then I'll be there. And 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Okay. Oh, shucks. Maybe I'll open a.m. So it's closed. Dang, number. Okay. Okay. Okay, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Huh? So it is Faye. Okay. Okay. Nine a.m. Okay. Go through the mail. Okay. Let's see. You found an artifact. The fuck museum. Okay. Journalist update. There's a single piece in the entire collection. What's this? You found something? Let me see it. I just have some great data, but it is yours. I got a favor to ask you. Would you consider donating any artifacts and the minerals you find? We can make a groundbreaking discovery together. Oh, and who knows? If you keep donating, I might come across something interesting items to send your way. Think about it, will you? If you decide to donate it, just bring the object to in front of the desk. Done. Introduction, okay. Tips on farming. Fertilize improves quality, reduce workload, and hasten crops growth. Fruits, trees, okay. We don't have a school here, but I'm doing my very best to give Vincent and Jess a proper education. I want to look for bugs, but Mom gets mad when I get all dirty. It's a tough choice. Actually, let's see. There we go. Hey, sorry in advance if I say anything rude. I didn't get much sleep last night. What's to do with this? Project Caroline needs a catfish. Okay. Vincent. I guess a rock? Okay, where did that child went? Just so I could give him a rock. A birthday present? Oh, this isn't very fun. Gosh! Well, you got a priceless rock. I don't know what to tell you, kid. see. Come on. Hold on. Come on. Come on. Anything now. Come on. Okay. One more fish, then. Okay. Come on. Ooh. Okay. Wait, I think the blacksmith is closed. It's for me. Actually, I could probably get more seeds. Closed on Wednesdays. What do you say? It's 5:50 p.m. already? My goodness. No, I don't have time to chat with you. Looks like a day to play catch, huh? I asked you to throw the ball around, but you really seemed like it's fine. It's fine. Really? I guess that. I understand you. Arm's a little sore, but maybe next time. Just getting some foods for future purposes. No. Yes. Oh, Clint. Oh, hi there. Good morning. I noticed that you've been breaking some rocks open and finding ores. That's good. If you want to get most out of them, your ores find, you'll need a furnace. Just so happy, just so happens I have an extra set of blueprints laying around here. I want you to have them. Furnace allows you to smelt metal bars, and bars can be used for crafting, construction, and tool upgrades. When you smelted a few copper bars, consider having me upgrade one of your tools. It can make your work a lot easier. Well, okay, I'm heading home. Take it easy. Oh no! Okay. 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 Yes. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to focus this way. Okay. 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 People. Okay. 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 Hmm. The bookseller is in town today. Okay. Gonna head in town today. Hmm. Okay. I'm just gonna wait till like it's pretty much 9 o'clock over here. So hope all of you are doing well overall. And let's see. Okay. Hmm. Let's see. So granite, coal, jamboree. It says geoids. The price says 25. Oh. So then I have this geoid. What? How do I sell it then? Bookseller, egg, that's all. Okay. Well, I guess I could always put this in the compost. What? So from artifacts to gems. Ron. Oh. Day. George spends the whole day in front of that darn television set. Hope things are going well, Astro. I hate to see it all dried up. Stop giving me a completely healthy diet. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I just bought some seeds, so I'm probably just gonna put them in the chest. Okay. First things first, put that in. Put that. Might as well put these copper ores in there as well. Let's see, school. Okay. Collections. Let's see, 20 coppers. Stones. Gravel patch. Sandstone. Struggle. Yeah, so that's going to be it for now in terms of Stardew Valley. Hey. So I just ended the gaming portion of the stream, so we'll be getting into the other half of the stream. So hold on. Okay, display capture. We talk later on Discord. Hope you understand. Okay. Okay. Power exit stream. Okay. 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 Let me just make the little adjustments to my stream on Twitch real quick. Well, since as I'm getting everything set up for the second portion, how's your day? Mm. I'll wait for your request. I'm in a hurry right now. So I have to go. Okay. Um, talk to you soon, I guess. Okay. That's good to go. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, right now I'm just getting some things ready to go for the second portion of the stream. So, okay. Mm, okay, let's see. Okay, right now I'm just getting everything fully set up for this second portion, so just bear with me as I'm just pulling everything up. Checking out the moon. So it should take about a minute or so for it to pull up all the ephemeris for each celestial point that I have up. So this should only just take a moment. Hopefully very quickly and soon. See, it's at core right now, so Senna, UV313, Varuna, Achilles, Adonis, Athena, Dionysus, Hermes, is Saturn Jupiter midpoint, Saturn Chiron midpoint now, Isis, Jupiter Ixion midpoint, Jupiter Chiron midpoint, Cleopatra, Medusa, Midas, Nike, Odin, it's not responding. Are you kidding me? Hold on. Okay. So we'll be looking at the turbulent points and aspects. So just to give you some information on what those points are. So we'll be looking at Aries. So the turbulent points will be the Saturn Chiron midpoint, which is located right here. We'll also be focusing on also the Saturn Jupiter midpoint, Sedna, which is over here. We'll be focusing on Varuna. Also, where is Xanthus, Icarus, and Lilith, which is right here, and Saturn. We'll be focusing on all those points for the time being, especially what synchronizations and configurations and so forth that they be forming within a typical chart. So let me just pull up a random chart and we'll sort of look at all the turbulent points within their birth chart. So as you can see here, I have some random alignments of, well, random charts of like events, people, even fictional or pop culture events and so forth. So let's choose Coco the Gorilla. So Coco, she was born on the 4th of July, 1971 at a zoo. So, and she was one of, for what it, some are, for some of you, why she may sound somewhat familiar or significant is she was one of the first, well, not one of the first, but she was definitely like a representative, as you could speak, for gorillas. And how she conveyed and did this was through sign language for primates. So she met very much like a variety of celebrities and so forth. So she met Robert Williams. She had met quite a few other individuals. And she even had like several messages that she even wanted to convey to the human race, to like stuff that she wants the human race to do, as take part and also take care of the earth. She also have done actually was able to obtain a pet cat, an actual living cat, and this gorilla actually took care of it and played with it and did not kill it. In fact, a little fun story, if I recall correctly, apparently when this gorilla wanted a pet cat, they were giving her like fake dolls and toys and all that. And as a response, the gorilla was constantly doing like the sign for like sad, sad, like I want cat, like sad. They finally gave it to her and she was taking care of it. So you see her like feeding it with the bottle of milk and so forth. Like it's very cute pictures. But we'll be focusing on some of the unfortunate turbulences within this gorilla's life as she was being a voice for her kind and all other animals as well. So, actually, let me just take this off because I'm not listening to music or so forth. And actually, I'm so sorry. I'll be right back, just real quick. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Now, let's get into the point for Coco the Gorilla. Let's see. Let's look at the heliocentric. And let's look at her Saturn. So, just one moment. Saturn, Pluto. I'm just going to be filtering out like what all the points that do not interact with the Saturn, just so that it's a lot more straightforward and easier to follow along. Pluto, Achilles. So Athena and Ulysses. Ulysses. So let me just see. Okay. So we can now see that there is a grand trine, which is the screen two triangles that are conjoined, followed by this additional fifth planet. Though it is not symmetrical, it still gains full significance, at least to some various degrees. Um, First, let's go over what Saturn is. So, for those that do not know, in science based astrology, Saturn is of control, discipline, it's of the bulldozer mentality, accountability, dominance, domination, restrictions, scientific thinking. It's of attraction to the occult, antagonist, losses, mistakes, unhappiness, the harsh tests in life, the learning process, lessons learned, and test passed. It's of the aging process, death, evil, heartless, and pain. Now it is interacting with Pluto. So, for additional context, for those that do not know, Pluto is of confidence, business chops, business wealth potential, profits, intentions of success, power, enterprise, big business, raw sex, lust, secrets, obsessions, compulsions, and corporations, corporate entities. So, as we can see here, Pluto is very much about like controlling and dominance, essentially, especially in terms like where one can obtain power and even secure it. With Saturn, it is more of like the harsh test of lives. It is very much so like the learning process, aging. So with Coco, how she made it felt in terms of like the world and even like variety of her messages, like she been always what she hadn't managed to convey was usually very much like disappointment, especially with how like the power hungry or the greed essentially of like how humans are. As like mentioned in one of her old passages, she sort of like Coco loves man, but man is stupid. Help Earth and like protect the Earth and so forth. But obviously, to various degrees, like her messages, though she is a gorilla, can only go so far with the human species so far. But if we include Achilles into the mix, now with Achilles, it is symbolic of the invisible warrior. It is the combatant, fighter, persistence, assiduous, steadfast, the grind, laborious, and sedulous. So, what this implies is very much of like the consistent like the consistent and persistent like mentality. So like though this gorilla has some type of influence, is very much restricted because she's a gorilla. Though she may have like strong intentions for building a type of success that's very new and groundbreaking or new foundations, which let's be honest, like a talking gorilla, she is a massive success in terms of scientific field, since Saturn also is a point of scientific thinking or the scientific process. So in this case, like she is an intentional success of a scientific experiment, but also at the exact same time, she has her own limitations since she is a gorilla. So though she is a success in the science field, her influence is very much limited. Now with Eleusis into the mix, with Eleusis we have discovered or noticed so far that it has tendencies of being like the inventor in the basement. So like what this could suggest for Coco is she probably, though she is a gorilla and she is definitely have all her limitations and so forth because she's not human, she sort of has this like immense creativity or like ability to somewhat try to craft something, whether it was a complete success or not. She still went for it as a gorilla, and based on her limitations and her forms of success, though great, but it's still very heartbreaking or even like unfortunate. Like various things this did not go through because, again, she's not human. She is a gorilla. So unfortunately, that was just a massive like downfall for her in various perspectives, where she constantly met with resistance because, again, she's not human. Now with Athena into the mix, which is the AT point right here, that is symbolic of, let's see. Sorry, I'm kind of going back and forth with my notes. Because there's a lot of information that's being thrown at you, and honestly, as much as I can remember, I don't have everything remembered to a T because I'm working with like 80 plus different celestial bodies and points. So some confusion, and I might not remember all keywords and so forth, but I do remember main concepts. So that's a little fun. Let's see what Athene. Yeah, so Athena is wisdom, sageness, perspectives. It's of good sense and also like almost of like absoluteness, smartness, clear sightedness as well. So what this could suggest is like she is constantly dealing with like the restrictions or limitation of like how clear thought she, sort of like the mind of issues and limitations to like how clear her mind can go, or due to the limitations of her knowledge and intelligence, because again she's not human, she's only taught by humans but only so much, especially in terms of her limited vocabulary. She could only think of so much words and how to convey and speak, essentially, through sign language. In terms of order to try to achieve or even get through her own limitations, whether it's conveying messages that she deems important or not. So those are just some of the like issues and pains that like what we see Coco the gorilla had dealt with, at least based on this chart alone. So again, like those restrictions in relations to like what she can't succeed in because of her own current limitations, issues maybe due to like the lack of knowledge or information in some form of way because she's only taught so much about the world and so forth at the time when she was alive. Also, there's immense limitations, though she is very much persistent and trying to craft and create new things for all entire the entire Earth itself. She again most likely run into unfortunate like limitations. So as a result, she's constantly being met with that. Now, so those are just like some of the interpretations that can occur from her chart alone. Let's look at another chart. So let's choose. Oh, hold on. Just so if you want to reference these charts later or for anyone else, you have a form of like archive to go back to. So let me just, before I changed it and forget what we went through, I'll just gonna take some screenshots and so forth, just so that they're available. Yeah, these will be uploaded to Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So that should be a good source. So if you miss a stream or you're more interested but you want to like kind of go back to the chart and reference it yourself, you can look at Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook just to like get a good glimpse. Also, I do post these as well to threads. Forgot to mention that. So there's like 4 different sources you can go to just to obtain these charts. Now, let's pull up Miss Piggy. Yes, it is the Miss Piggy as in the Muppet. So with her birth chart, for something like a pop culture entity, which that's what Miss Piggy is at the end of the day, it usually is broken down to one particular factor, which is what date were they officially released to the public, whether it's a public appearance or like relate something in regards to them being released into film media, officially published, or something of that nature. So, for example, like you may have noticed, I have a couple charts of creepypasta characters. Those charts are from when the first story or image was officially published online. But for Miss Piggy's case, her situation was she was part of a particular episode that aired on the old TVs, on TV cable or something like that. But yeah, so her very first appearance was on October 13th, 1974. And on this version of the very first version of Miss Piggy, she was actually considered very demure, very sweet, kind, and elegant, not anything even remotely close to how we all know Miss Piggy, how she is today. So, not so like aggressive, not so angry, not so like a high determination of strength and anger, not necessarily of anything that we associate Miss Piggy to be today. So, obviously, she evolved over the years, but she is more aligned with how her chart completely resonates now. So, that's obviously how she is massively successful now. So, we'll be pulling up. Yeah, so we'll be pulling up in the geocentric alignments, and let's focus on the declinations, the geocentric declinations, and let's see. She has, let's see, the Saturn Chiron midpoint interacting with Vesta and Vulcan. She also has Xanthus, an extreme Osena, Saturn, in extreme declination to Medusa. Xanthus is also an extreme declination. So let's pull up Sedna, which is contraparallel to the moon from the time she was officially released to the public via television. Senna is interacting with Adonis, and Senna is interacting with Athena. I think this would be a good example. So keep the moon, get rid of all these points. Okay, keep Senna, keep Adonis, Athena. Okay, Athena, Adonis, Senna, and moon. Okay. So, as we can see here, she has this 4 celestial point interaction or synchronization. So, first, let's start off with the moon. The moon is a resemblance of emotions, feelings, it's the mood swings, it's habitats, instincts, homeland, persists, um, it is the inner child, impressibility, security, dependency, reactivity, the soul, the psyche, subconscious mind, self care, willingness to adapt, and quote, the sixth sense. So, right here, we can already get an idea based on this synchronization is she is going to be very emotional, or the emotions will have some type of negative significance in some way. Now, let's bring in Sedna, which is one of the extreme planets, which is right here. Now, with Sedna, what is symbolic of is extreme dominance, where it is needed to act with utmost integrity, offering the potential for shortcuts, getting involved with illegal or unethical gains, or the expense of others, stolen wealth, evil, ambition, drive, power, control, determination, success, and expectancy are all predatory behaviors of all kinds and uncaring expectancies. So, what we get here is as Miss Piggy, she's very much an emotional being. However, she is also an entity that's very ambitious, very unresentful, probably to some degrees may experience or express signi- a significant amount of times of a sense of lack of empathy or resentment for a particular event or situation or person. She may be very controlling, very dominant, or very manipulative, or in some other cases may play out the roles of being, quote, very evil or even like very much taking advantage of others in some form of way. So, on an emotional level, that's what she is doing. She is naturally or instinctively just doing this. Or she is very much like extreme, violent behavior where she doesn't care whoever's in front of her. She would emotionally attack or be cloned to claw onto someone. Because with Senna, as destructive it is, it's much more destructive than Saturn. Now, this is just a little side example or explanation, but with Senna, think of it as more the warrant, while Saturn is perfectly fine with being the guards. let's say, of a prison. Now, with Saturn, it actually takes things more personal. So, if you actually have an issue with Saturn, Saturn will attack you accordingly. For, in other words, like it doesn't mind with like busting a kneecap or something of that nature, or some type of extreme violence. That will be Saturn. However, with Setna, if you were to be on quote Setna's bad side, what it is will be a situation more of like you are more likely just to get stabbed just because you were in the way. If you're not the goal or the objective, you will be attacked by default. It doesn't matter if you have any issues with it or not. You're just going to get attacked by default because you were at fault by being in the way. And that is how Sedna functions. So, what we see here then, kind of going back to Miss Piggy now, is when she's very emotional, especially with angry mood swings here and there, she's very much prone to attack someone just because they're in the way or in her line of sight. In fact, in even a couple of shows from the Muppets, they even mention like a coloring system where if, quote, Piggy's moon swings are in red and she lock eyes with you, you're pretty much over and done. You're pretty much done. So that's sort of like the extreme like tendencies of what Senna may manifest into. Now it is interacting with Athene. As mentioned not that long ago, is very much of clear-sightedness or one's wisdom. It's even sort of like that sageness or good sense. So in this case, her natural instincts or good sense or instincts is very much heightened or able to be target and pinpointed to attacking a particular target, whatever that target is in front of them. Or emotionally speaking, she's also inclined to have a natural good sense to determine if what she is looking at or emotionally feeling would give that satisfaction to her emotional needs or her determination, drive, and ambitions. Now, with Adonis into the mix, it's like the hunk. It's handsome. It's the attractive man, dapper type of look. It's clean cut. It's confidence. So, what we get here is if we're talking about Miss Piggy in terms of like fashion now, she may she most likely will be going for like the dapper, clean cut like look. Especially she has a good sense or good eye for it, and she has a natural instinct to have like that look where she has a nice clean cut where it's very much dapper, but also at the exact same time, it sort of gives her some type of like power or a sense of power where she is the one, like quote, as whatever the saying goes, the goat or the boss. So she very much have like that boss like energy. But in this case, it can also quote go the other way where if you're on her bad side or just hoping to be at the wrong place, wrong time, she will attack you while at the exact same time have strong confidence and knowing that she can take you out or be a very good opponent for you. So those are just some of the interpretations for Miss Piggy alone. So let me just save this chart. So let's now look at let's look at Let's look at your narrator. So those of you that may not know who he is, just in case, he's essentially known to be a member of the one of the many groups called the Boys. Now, he is called your narrator because of his deep voice. And also, people usually have him to quote narrate their life or to make random stories up on the fly because of his deep, iconic like voice. Or at least it sounds suitable for a narrator's like voice. Hence why he calls himself your narrator. Now, let's pull up these points again. Now let's look at Lilith. Oh, Icarus. Here it is. So with Lilith, it's a very interesting point, to say the least. It's sort of symbolic of demons, more particularly the inner demons. So the voices that tell you cannot do something, or the voices that sort of just bring you down to depression. It's also the sort of like the cloud over the head, like the clouds over one's head, and depressions, um, pessimism, and just anything like very much depressing of that nature. It's kind of cynical behavior as well, at least to some various degrees. It's also very much like a self-sabotaging point as well within the chart. So let me just pull these up. So we keep in Diana. We'll also be including Orcus. So Orcus, so far from what we know, or what I and one of my friends and colleagues have found, is that so what I have found is actually Orcus is symbolic of advancements. It's of growth, opportunity, prosperity, and also like the embellishments. So, but also it's of advancements, upgrades, and updates. And what my friend and colleague have found is also it has the tendencies of promoting or bringing up situations in which a new political regime of sorts or new governmental like regime or something of that nature has a tendency of popping up. So not that long ago there was an eclipse that occurred, and that eclipse did include Orcus into the mix. And almost immediately after, what we have noticed is the collapse of Nepal. France kind of went into revolution. We kind of seen Indonesia into its own situation and so forth. So like, though it's like at the time was like about like three different countries, it's starting to pop up a little more frequently. So far as we can tell, all that started to occur almost immediately after, or at least finally had climaxed at the time during the last solar eclipse, or was it a lunar eclipse? Anyways, one of the eclipses, but it included Orcus. So as a result, we now have suspicions that it has something to do with regimes, whether it's old regimes falling down and a change or quote update to a brand new one. So those are just some interesting things so far, at least with our findings of Orcus. So let's put in Vulcan, Adonis, Achilles, UB313, Orcus, Diana, Lilith Diana, Jupiter. Okay, I am hearing constant like notifications or something going on, and I do not know what that is. Hmm. Oh, okay. Hmm. Hmm. Um, Totally forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, so going to be pulling up this. Save the chart here. Then we'll get into narrators into his chart interpretation in greater detail. Mm, okay. That's right. Okay. Sorry, just something kind of popped up real quick, so I gotta give it my attention. Okay. Okay. So, with your narrator's chart, as we're focusing on Lilith, as I mentioned, it is the point of like depression. It is very much like cynical, like behavior, pessimism. It's sort of like this being down in the dumps. Very much the inner demons. And what this also shows, since it's interacting with UB313, it is symbolic of. Let me just pull up the notes real quick. So it is a minor financial planet. It does show financial trends. It shows what is new, what's radical, what's different, what's a game changer, sort of the makeshifts, what's revolutionary, the rapid or diverse or distinctive or very distinguishable. So very much also since it's interacting with Lilith, this also can suggest one's dark humor or very distinctive dark entertainment. So with his voice, like sort of like how he or how he is as a nature, where he, if terrified or making very much dark jokes whenever he's with the boys or from time to time even by himself, or even interacting with dark humor content, where like he has a very much good sense of dark humor, and that's sort of like what makes him very distinctive. Or he may play around with it where it's very much like innovative in its own way. However, this also can suggest like with Lilith in terms of like fashion, like it also is symbolic of emo, punk, and goth. So like even like that kind of artwork or style is probably what fit him most well as well. But of course, it is also interacting with orcas, as I mentioned earlier, that I and my friend and colleague, we have discovered that it is symbolic. Well, it is like a new political like regimes or so forth. But in this case, it's for like prosperity, wealth, and prolific like embellishments as well, growth and advancements. So like he could very much be dealing with like some type of depression of sorts, or like telling himself that he's not good or may not be great, but his own creative endeavors or being innovative with his dark sense of humor in a way can actually lead to prosperity and sort of like upgrade to something more positive. But of course, this is kind of broken down to like how he chooses to determine or use said like prosperity in terms of like upbringing something more positive out of the darker dumps. It is also interacting with Adonis, so this also suggests that like he needs to make it very charming or handsome or like very much a clean cut dark joke. Not too much of like focusing of where it is very much like mucky or like very much in the gray zone of like this may be a little too offensive or may not be. Like he needs to focus and essentially cut to the point in ensuring that his dark humor is actually funny and actually in good taste. So it's very much in an opposition. So like this is actually a bit of a struggle for him because dark humor for him or for the boys may be very much like he says one thing and unfortunately the execution of it may not go well or favorable to the point in which where it's very in poor taste and he may offend not only people who he's probably with but also everyone, where he may potentially have a unfortunate cameo of being canceled essentially. But of course it's that sort of as long it is like clean cut and straight to the point, no additional context to quote murky the waters should make his dark humor more actually funny and straight to the point instead of adding additional information which makes it more murky to the point that it's in poor taste all around. Now with Vulcan, it is a point from my research so far of where you can find creative manners, or more precisely, where pain is transformed into something. Hence why I say it is relatively creative, because these can be positive manifestations or negative manifestations, sort of where the pain transitions to the next thing. Like if you're very much like a lonely person, you probably use that time to create a whole new world by working by yourself and you share it to others. It can be very positive. But let's say the other thing happens, like you isolate yourself to the point that you have a strong sense of loneliness, you're kind of depressed, kind of closed off to yourself, and you don't want to interact with others to the point that you truly are alone, and how you feel, think, and view yourself and the world unfortunately becomes the reality instead of breaking out of that unfortunate, dangerous like cycle. So that's sort of like how the contradictory issues or how that pain manifests and how you can utilize it, like how that pain can be transformed. And that's where Vulcan kind of can show you a bit of where that's at. But in this case, if it is interacting with Lilith, so the light-hearted or ideal thing will be either in gothic, punk, or emo like artwork or style. Another good positive like manifestation is either the ability to work alone or thrive in places that it is very much the unseen components of one's career or situations. Also, this can suggest as well that dark humor is the positive outlet to change the fate, if you were to say, of where it can actually lead or help with prosperity and building some type of new establishment for himself. But again, like this is like the struggling point, so where like depression can also easily ruin everything as it is. So as long as he tries to keep that dark humor in check, it should be perfectly fine. Otherwise, it may manifest into something in poor taste or very self-destructive in its own unique way. Now, with Jupiter interacting with this point, with Jupiter, it is symbolic of wisdom, education, publishing of information, generosity, benevolence, responsibility, kindness, success, growth, good fortune, good God, spirituality, champion, honor, loyalty, integrity, peace, living little to chance, justice, laws, helpful, leadership, angelic guidance, prayers answered, Judeo-Christian religions and or values, providence, superior talents in what makes an alignment with Jupiter. So this is very benevolent. This is very much a good, positive planet all around. It is very much like a helpful planet. So what that means is if it's helpful to increase the amount or make things much more grander than they really are, that's what Jupiter would do. But if it's more helpful to reduce or make something much smaller, again, that's what Jupiter will do instead. So depending on what it is, Jupiter will do whatever it is that is most helpful. So, for example, I've actually have done some studies on people's like blood sugars, those who have like low iron or even like natural like blood pressure issues. For those who had like very low insignificant amount of like red blood cells during positive Jupiter transit, especially towards like Mars, Hygeia, Chiron, and Neptune, for example, or even Huya. In those cases, usually the blood of said individuals with the red blood cells actually produce in a more healthy like manner and is actually very much more self-contained, especially doing like blood pressure tests and so forth. But let's say if someone have like very high blood sugar in general and they need to lower it, well during said transits, that blood sugar will actually go down quite significantly. Although usually you don't see these effects till about when Jupiter's in a 3-degree orb range. So those are just some interesting things that I have done and noticed from my testing and research. So it's also interacting with Diana. So with Diana, it is sort of like a two um double-edged like sword like situation or an interesting duality. So it is sort of concepts of when matured, it is playing out the components of like it's over the BS. It's sort of doesn't care what others think and is very much wise. But with in the young components is symbolic of innocence, naivety. So what this could suggest, because narrator is close, is still very much considered young, at least not where he is considered quote the crone-like age, essentially. Once you start getting to crone-like age, that's when the other symbolic dualities of Diana actually do manifest. But in this case, he's still relatively young, where he's not really quote crone-like age. So innocence and even naivety would very much like be in his favor, or he may have great luck due to innocence of some type. But of course, like that naivety, like it is prone to also like falling for like the pessimism or self hatred or depression in some way. But also, of course, like he's probably sought out to be very helpful or want to help others as much as possible. But at the exact same time, with Lilith into the mix, it's sort of like making it hard or make it feel like it's difficult and hard to want to help at times. Or he wants to be helpful, but at the exact same time, he may feel like he's up to the task in some form of way. So, lastly, we're also going to include Achilles. As mentioned, Achilles is sort of like the invisible warriors, that determination or like that persistence, like integrity. So in this case, it's sort of like that integrity where he's sort of fighting that resistance in regards to like his pain getting the better of him and his constant pain of fighting that. And also that like the inner demons telling him that he's not able to or not he cannot be able to do something, sort of that duality of like he's trying to fight this like inner demons to essentially not get the best of him, because if he lets it get the best of him, everything can very much to some degree be somewhat jeopardized, especially in terms like of growth and wealth, of like just improving it as an individual, and also like issues in relations to like the pain of how it's transformed can be very much like have some type of issues where if not done correctly or done haphazardly, he can very much be in a situation where he may make the wrong kind of jokes or even the unfortunate gloom doom type like reality that may be popping up in his head once in a while will make shifts of a something more dangerously powerful psychologically speaking, where like it can lead to depression or even situations that are much more severe of what depression has tendencies of leading people to. So those are just some of the interpretations that can come from his chart. We'll look into one more person's chart for the day, or entity chart, really, depending on. Let's look at mm, Lacey. Lacey, from Phase, one of the members from Phase at least. Um, so let me just pull up all the points so we can see where or find a very interesting point. So let's look at the Saturn Chiron midpoint. And let's look at the Zodiac 7 alignments. So the Zodiac 7 alignments, what they are, it's actually a set of aspects based on when we divide the circle or zodiac into X amount of pieces. So in this case, Zodiac 7, this zodiac is broken into 7 equal pieces. So all the possible angles that can come from when breaking the circle or zodiac into 7 equal pieces is what we use. So septiles, biseptiles, and triseptiles is what is used in this Zodiac 7 viewing. So now let's look at the Saturn Chiron midpoint. So let's filter this out. So we're leaving in Mars, Neptune, Pluto, Saturn, Jupiter, and Saturn Chiron. So this should be relatively fast. Saturn Chiron, Jupiter Chiron, Ulysses, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Let me just take this one last screenshot before we get into this chart in greater detail. Okay. Hold on, I'm just getting something prepped just so. Well, for the time being, let's just get back over here. To get this. Okay. So with the Saturn Chiron midpoint. Now, let me just get into my notes on the midpoints real quick. Okay. So with Saturn Chiron, it is symbolic of heartbreak. It is of devastating mistakes, bad judgment, being seen at your worst, failure, chances of marriage are reduced, divorce, destruction of family and relationships of all kinds, unhappy environment, disloyal, and that's just some of the keywords that it can also contribute to. Now, it is also interacting with the Jupiter Saturn midpoint or the Saturn Jupiter midpoint. This one is actually a very interesting list of contradictions. So, it is of extreme grace, selflessness, and genius, intense obsessions, paranoia, dark desires, nuclear, devastating mistakes, bad judgment, confusion, agitation, distress, overwhelmed, high stress, clash of wills, different outlooks, little room for accommodation or compromise, immorality, and failure. Those are just some of the keywords of the sum of what the Saturn Jupiter midpoint shows. So, what this can suggest is hold on. So, what this suggests is that Lacey is prone to have high amounts of stress or even massive amounts of failures, where may inflict upon his good public image, and often cases may lead him to being in situations or scenarios in which he is viewed very negatively, or have a very polar, very interesting polar like relationship with his audience, with the general public. So, in what ways do these trigger? Well, it's interacting with Neptune. And with Neptune, it is symbolic of it is creativity, health and healing, youthfulness, attune, intuition, serenity, inner peace, artistry, oneness with the divine. It's of long term financial security, longevity of all kinds, real estate, natural resources, romance. So, Lacey's creativity may unfortunately bring in situations where he is very much prone to failure or may lack some type of creativity or may have feel like he lacks that said creativity. And as a result, this can and will most likely affect natural talents or skills that he obtained in some form or way. This also can suggest that romance for him may be relatively a massive issue, at least in terms of finding the one. Now, what are also some other issues on ways that this can be deflected? Well, if we look into Mars, Mars is very much symbolic of the will, determination, and drive. It is also of energy, stamina. It is the ego, aggression, temper, the male desire, independence. It is competitive spirit, action, will, competition, physical attraction, physical performance, weapons, war, attacking, defending, the martial arts, and accidents. So, what this can suggest is how he can protect himself is actually through his will, determination, and even putting in the action or works towards being a better person or being working towards his own creativity and skills. That's only if he puts in the work. This also can lead to additional aggression or temper, which is what will also trigger the issues of him being seen in a very poor light and also more likely to be prone to failure. So, as long as he gets his temperament in check and also his competitive like nature in check, where it doesn't go to some type of extreme, he can actually very much have a very positive outlook and even being seen very positively overall. Now, it is also interacting with Pluto, which is right here. So, what that suggests, as I had mentioned earlier, Pluto, it is symbolic of confidence, business chops, business, wealth potential, profits, intentions of success, power, enterprise, big business, raw sex, lust, secrets, obsessions, compulsions, and corporations. Also, Pluto is yet another planet of professionalism and also of competition. So, what this could suggest is he's probably extremely successful in being very competitive at the exact same time in a professional like manner. And this can actually be long term success. But again, that's only if it's in a healthy like state. Add it to a bit more hostile like energies, it can lead to massive heartbreaks and failures, and even being dealing with massive amounts of blunders as well. And also a bad public image overall. Now it's interacting with Ulysses. So, as I mentioned before, it is sort of the inventor in the basement. It is like the creative inventiveness, like nature, or like the innovative, like states, or willingness to create and build something new, whether it's much more efficiency or just in general. So, what this could suggest in a competitive like nature or competitive like energy, he probably should and could be able to work around it, where it may work very much well in his favor. But that's if he puts the creative work in terms of building and improving upon it instead of letting it eat him up alive, essentially. Now, lastly, with the Jupiter Chiron midpoint. The Jupiter Chiron midpoint is actually one of the most positive alignments, and how it can also counteract all the negative symbolisms, at least to some type of degree. So, the Jupiter Chiron midpoint, it suggests or symbolizes the Golden Cinderella. It is helpful in career and love. It is successful marriage and career, romance, super success, blessed marriage, blessed relationships, fortunate family, success as partners. Mutual golden handshakes. Successful family. Healthy family. Having children. Loyal to the family. Success in the entertainment industry. Success at selling to the public. Enormous power. Fabulous public image. Super charisma. Successful career. And blessed fortune. So, what we now see here is actually if he puts this into a positive sense, so in other words, like able to sell to the public, and also into the entertainment like industry of a competitive like nature, this can actually be the outlet in which how he creates and uses some type of creativity which will be long lasting and sustainable. So though he may be seen in a bad negative light, it's all in terms of like a sort of like inner competition like sense, but also to bring in entertainment. That is the only way in which he's able to flip the switch, as you were to say, or of one to say. But again, this is all kind of broken down to like how he chooses to use that energy. If he let it that competitive energy build into something more hateful and more negative, this can very much be jeopardized. And again, as a result, it will lead him to losing a lot in terms of his financial sustainability. It will sort of lead into situations in which he is also prone to like being seen in a bad light, bad career, or his career is ruined essentially due to immense amount of blunders or obsession like tendencies because of the excessive bad negative competitive like spirit going so sideways or out of line to the point that it's just very bad overall. So as long as this competitive like spirit is used lightheartedly, it can be much more better for him. So those are just some of the many interpretations that can occur from this. And again, just because he has these alignments doesn't guarantee that it's going to happen. The same for all the other charts, as mentioned. Just because they have these alignments does not guarantee that they are able to do so. But it's just a probability of what is most likely to occur. So I hope you enjoy this stream and also this astrology portion. If you have any questions at some point or want to look at the charts once again, they're up on my Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and also Twitter or X. Till then, I hope to see all of you soon. Bye.